Welcome back. Welcome back. I don't know what happened. Right when he put that super chat and was like longest running crypto stream, that just said click. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Bro, as soon as you put that, as soon as you super chatted longest running stream, it's like YouTube was like, yeah, that's right. Hold on. You guys been going for way too long here. It wasn't even OBS either. YouTube just stopped taking the encoding. I don't know what happened there. I still can't figure out the whole two stream thing. Now it's doing something new. Now it's doing two streams and both of them live at the same time. Yeah, now the timing on that was crazy. I started laughing. Welcome back. Welcome back. Better smack those likes on the way in. Yeah, make sure y'all got some music playing in the background. Y'all got to play it nice and loud because you don't have a mic on. But you got to set the vibe for sure. It's a little too late into Saturday. If we get back into the range, I would consider these our trap longs, right? And then we would officially have trap longs if it's a deviation. But if it holds and pushes away, right, then it's just a breakout. So we're on deviation watch here, basically. Right? Is this a deviation out of the range, just like this was, or do we break out and squeeze? We'll have to wait to get some candle closes underneath. I appreciate that, Ram. Yeah, I promise to get a little more organized in the future where I'll clip those things so that we can get back to them. But it's good that everybody can go back on any stream that we've had over the last year Eventually, AI will get nice where we go in there, we'll clip them up, and we'll have like tons of content, right? It's kind of trippy, right? How some of those old talk radio shows had millions of people just listening, like staring at the damn radio at the same time. Back in the day when everybody took, everybody in, had to take in their content at the same time, basically. We don't get too many moments like that anymore. Super Bowls and shit kind of feel like that. On a smaller scale, like FOMC meetings and shit feel like that, right? Something like everybody's watching, but well, at least our little small circle. What's going on, Magnus? Doge is just here to keep the old school alive. So we would redo the pattern here, but the measured move is the same, so that's why I haven't done it yet. But remember, our original W was here. All we've done is fractal into a larger W, but the measured move is exactly the same, so there's no need to redraw or change it. You can just simply put the invalidation down here. So on the 15 minutes, W pattern through the weekend trap, popped out, holding support on the top of the trap, trying to lock it in as a breakout, also holding support on the diagonal, right? Livermore pivot of the downturn break, of the downtrend break. Yeah, they are. If volume dies down enough, they'll go after those. We've got a couple things holding us up though. We'd have to break the downtrend, the 200 EMA, the 50 EMA, and the uptrend. But yeah, it's definitely possible. It comes down to cost benefit analysis. How much is it going to cost for market maker to get price up to these liquidations versus through these resistances? Right? It might cost 30 mil to get price up to psychological high and, you know, 400 mil to get it to psychological low. Just random numbers, but that's the cost benefit analysis that they make. Sentiment is also a big part of that. Because if there isn't a will to go up, that means there aren't people that are willing to trade up. That means market maker has to take the biggest part of the bill. They don't like to do that. They're usually going to take the cheapest move. Shake and bake. Yeah, you broke structure on the 5 minute. You'd already be short on the 5 minute if you were trading structure break. But you'd be, remember we talked about earlier, as soon as that 13 crosses the 50, right, and you go red dots, the price will come back and test that 50. As that rejects, if we reject bearishly and come down, then that'll drag the 13 EMA across the 50 on the 15 minute. Right? That's what'll give you your bearish momentum flip on the 15 minute. But it's got to reject. Right? If it gets back above the 5, then you flip momentum bullish again on the 5 minute. And you got to give time for it to play out. Yeah, the short triggered what? 150. This would have signaled you short as you broke the 50 here. Be like what, 85.9, something like that. If market maker feels like sanctioning this move, you'll get a green vector through 50 here. What you're looking is for aggressive traders to come across the tape here, because they're going to need to clean the book if we're going to move. So we need to see yellow tape on the green side here. Need some aggression. Type 1 would have taken a short at that stopping volume candle. Stopping volume candle, invalidation is right there. It did get invalidated, but you would have been in that short by then. And if you drop your ATR at the time, it was what, 165 bucks. So one ATR above $165, I said, right? That's where your stop loss would have been if you were trading that strat. So price would have come up to invalidate that stopping volume candle, but you wouldn't have gotten shorted out. I mean, you wouldn't have gotten stopped out. And then you would have added to your position as a type 2 entry, right? You would have played that M pattern. Your confirmation of getting your red would be the confirmation that you traded in the right direction, right? Waiting for your EMAs to flip is the best way for new people to be able to get in on moves that have already shown bearish or bullish momentum flip. But for those that have been here for a while, right, we know we go type 1, type 2. Yeah. Type 1 entry, type 2. Type 3 would have got in on a breakout or the breakdown. Type 3 entry would have been off indicator. Type 4 is waiting for this retest. Right? If this bearishly retest, then your level 4 entry comes into play. Right? Same thing as when we're longing. Type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4 entry. Type 4 would be sitting on the sidelines right now because they're not getting the volume that they need on that retest. type 3 would be underwater at this point. But let me leave it so we can watch the invalidation. Yeah, so like if you want to be a level 4 trader, right? If you're gonna be a confirmation trader, what happens is you end up taking less trades, right? Because some of them don't hit, obviously, some of them go through, whatever. But the quality of the trades that you do take tend to be better. That makes sense. It's a not that this exists, but I guess a less risky, right? It's the people who want to take the least amount of risk possible. They're waiting for complete confirmation of a move. Because of that, they miss out on some of the explosive shit, right? That just moves and doesn't retest. But they also miss out on a lot of the bullshit, right? They avoid a lot of the bullshit. It depends on where you set your stops, right? Because your stop originally for here is, like I said, 1 ATR off. But the second that you made your type 2 entries, right, stop losses would get moved 1 ATR off of that entry. So you're already locking in some gains. 165. Yeah, would have roughly been around there. Right. And then if you get this retest, like let's say price comes, gives you that bearish retest, comes down, type 4 traders jump in. At that point, as a type 1 trader, you would move your stop loss 1 ATR above the 50. So as the trade goes, you're locking in profits on the way down. You don't want to round trip into the invalidation if you can avoid it. Not financial advice, just common sense, right? You don't want to give back money if you don't need to. Yeah, for me, it's not even about the money. For me, it's about the time, Brian. Like, you can get the money back. You round trip some shit, you can get the money back. What you can't get back is that hour and a half that you were in the trade. There's no getting that back. So for me, stop losses are time savers, right? I'm locking in the time that I spent on the trade so that it doesn't end up being wasted minutes of my life. It's frustrating, bro, especially when people start. And I think what happens is like you get in a group like this and there's people making tons of money and you feel like that $30 that you made on your trade isn't enough to TP. But you made that $30 in 30 minutes. So unless you're making $100 an hour at your job, You just killed your regular, you just killed your regular profit per hour. Like how do you not take it? You know what I mean? Just take it and do it again. But everybody wants to shoot for that moonshot. If you if you're in the Discord, you can go under education and there's a write up called profit per hour. If anybody's having difficulty taking profits, I would go look at that. It sort of just breaks it down on a per hour basis. Anybody that's working per hour, that it's going to hit different when you see it. But the difference between taking a $200 per hour trade, round tripping it, and turning it into a negative $100 per hour trade, you basically have to work overtime to make that money back. I appreciate you for being here, Brian. You're welcome, bro. We're just trying to make it through these waves safely. Number one rule to make money in crypto is survive. Survive and focus on the long game. What's going on, Mandy? We were running through a educationally based short here. Just explaining our type 1, type 2 entries. Currently, yes, currently you'd be short. But it's getting to that point where we got to try to figure out if that continues or not. Right now on the 15, you're going to be dealing with that 50 EMA. I mean, not the 15, sorry. So on the 1 minute, we have flipped momentum bullish. That's just the 1 minute. That hasn't caught up to the 5 minute yet. Right? 5 minutes still has bearish momentum, 13 EMAs underneath the 50. So what we're doing is looking for that 1 minute price action to catch up. So if we watch the 1 minute for a couple candles and we see that it pops up, then we know the 5 minute has a better chance to get above where it needs to get. This is what we talk about when we say we like zoom in for definition. Shadrix with the big Cypher supporter membership. Appreciate you, fam. W Shad. No, I'm getting tired when I start to emo out loud. It's called profit per hour. If you can't see it on the side, just go up to the top where it says let me see. It should be in education. But if you can't find it, scroll all the way to the top of the Discord where it says browse channels and look through the browse channels. You go to browse channels and you want things to pop up and always be on the side, you can check them. Like a little box there. If you check it, it'll always be on the side. If not, sometimes you got to go into the actual directory to find it. Boss, what's going on? And I have learned from you, Doge, to be as positive as I possibly can at all times. You're probably the most consistently positive person that I've met in a long time. Not delusionally so, but you know what I mean.
That's so nice. So nice, Dbloc.
He is, bro. Doge is always good vibes.
Doge Viking?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. I wasn't even in the chat, but I know who you're talking about.
What's good with you, Nick? What are you doing?
Not a whole lot, man. I was gonna sleep and then I kind of got up, man. How are you doing?
Good. Just micromanaging this shit for no reason, really. Teachable moment, I guess.
How's Florida treating you?
Good, man. We got a good little cold sweep through here. Been nice.
Yeah, my friends just bought a plane down there, flew it back today.
Fancy.
And that was pretty cool.
Are we talking
So
fancy? Fancy like
no,
private
like
or
oh yeah, yeah. But not like I'd say like middle of the road.
yeah.
My other friends have a really nice private plane that they have two of them, like jets, and that's a lot of fun. Once you do that, though, it spoils you, and then you don't ever want to fly commercial anymore. But they are excited. I'm happy for them.
It's big, man. Big accomplishment.
Yeah, they got a business down there, so makes it nice. Like that's the same reason my other friends got their plane, and it's like it just makes things happen so much faster.
Mm-hmm. It gets some of your time back for sure. If you travel a lot.
Yeah, I did one of those like get a shower at 2 a.m. because I was like, there ain't nothing going on. I was like, feel good, fresh, you know what I mean? And I was like, man, now I'm wide awake. The charts were pumping a little bit, you know, little bit.
That you've never owned a plane. It's not for everybody, Dustin. I mean, even if you travel often, um, being a part of some of those concierge groups are probably a better idea. Get a jet black card. There's usually flights available. You pay way less, and you still have like Uber for private jets. But you can write it off as a business expense. It's not bad, you know.
Yep. And if you can keep them, like, I mean, you figure paying your pilots, like, my friends have like 4 pilots that are like full time for both of their planes, and it's like these guys here today, the one's a pilot himself, so that's cool. But I mean, there's costs there. So if you can charter, if you do own the plane, you can charter it,
Yeah,
make some of your money back.
what everybody does down here, bro. At 3 o'clock
Yeah.
in the morning, I get on a yacht for a couple $1,000. Like at any time of the night. There's so many people, and it's like if you got a good relationship with one of them, it's pretty sweet. And you never have to worry about buying a boat and docking fees, all that bullshit,
Oh yeah,
all
it's
the
crazy. It's crazy. That's
upkeep and
the chartering is basically to cover the maintenance. That's basically in your if you can cover your maintenance and your pilots, that's basically what it comes down to.
it's dumb not to do it, bro. Even if you got a dream boat and you buy, I mean, how much time are you really gonna spend on the water? Maybe once or twice a year, you're gonna take a nice
And
long trip somewhere.
that's when I had my boat, and it was just a lake boat, but every year it was less and less, dude. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It
you
was like,
gotta rent that out, bro. You gotta charter that out. Get yourself a nice little charter staff. I sort of prefer to be on land. Personally. Buy a Mars rocket, charter it out. Just make sure they pay first because, well, yeah, you know, Mars. Where is Shib? I just realized that when you said that, I hadn't seen him in a minute. There's a couple people I haven't seen since then. I'm starting to worry about. Which one of them? Which one of them, Adar? Oh, that's $1 million question, bro. If you're looking for like a buy sell indicator, look, this channel is meant to teach you how to trade so that you don't need. Right, the indicators that I have on the chart are basically just showing me momentum, volume, liquidation levels. Right, these aren't necessarily entry exit signal. There's no easy answer here, unfortunately. Bro, do you know how many people have lost themselves on that indicator search? It happens to everybody. You first get into TA. I spent a good year and a half looking for the perfect indicator. I'm not gonna lie. And then I went through the whole, oh, I'm gonna make my own, da da da. But the secret is that no one indicator works for every situation, right? Indicators are like tools. Sometimes you need a hammer, sometimes you need a screwdriver, right? Sometimes you need dynamite. You're not alone, Gene. It's a lot, man. It's a lot for new people. I've been saying that over and over. Like, I don't know if you're new, but for new people specifically, even people that have been here, bro. You guys that are new, the one advantage you have over the people that were here during the last bull market is that you didn't have a memory of what this was supposed to be like. If you were here during the last bull market and that was your first bull market, yeah, this felt horrible, bro. Because compared to,
Dbloc
you
and
know,
this amazing community.
compared to the last one. Anon with the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. W Anon. W super chat. W community. But so if you're brand new, right, this has been a very difficult bull market to learn. Some of the lessons that you've learned during this bull market, you're never gonna forget them. But the one good thing is, like I said, you didn't have a preconceived notion, unless you know from what people told you. But it's really hard for people to get rid of their alt or not get into alt if they were here during 2020, 2021. Because you have that fresh memory of just the insane price action that we saw from alts. All right, what'd you guys do with my lighter? I swear to God, every time I turn around, one of you delinquents runs away with my lighter. Yo, what's good? Give me a second. Let me go find my light. All right, all right.
How we looking? What's the sentiment?
Failed to turn that momentum bullish on the 5-minute.
Okay, we're still at the 5, no 15 yet.
Your mic is super low.
Is it no 15 yet?
No, 15. I mean, if the 5 looks weak, then the 15's gonna stay. Gonna have to retest again. But yeah, the 15 hasn't broke yet. It's still staying above the 50. The 15 holding that 50 would be the 5 holding the 200.
Oh, okay.
I got you, and I'll take a look at those two, and then I start getting ready for bed here. BCH. Yeah, I mean, you know, the bullish sign we want to see is that close above the 50. But closing above the 786 is better than closing underneath it, right? Usually when you close the 786, you come down to 0 on the fib. So there's a pretty good chance that we could accumulate for a while, yo, at this range, unfortunately. All right, BCH. It's ranging, man. What I don't like about BCH is that it's ranging underneath a prior range. Right, so hold on, let me bring this down the way you can see it. So this was the prior range, right? And we lost that. And now we've basically been ranging in this larger range underneath. If we can get above, you know, then that's good, but the way it looks right now, you're having trouble with those order blocks. So I'd basically be looking for these.
D, did you know that you have 2 streams running again?
Do I?
I think so. 2 are popping up on my subscription.
I
don't
checked
know
it to make sure. Let me see.
Maybe it's lagging. You know how
No, it
YouTube
could be
is.
because it's been doing that. So
I got 2 lives showing up. One's full red, and one's not. But they're both say live. It's just weird.
yeah, it might just be lag. I just checked.
All right, cool. I figured I'd just give just in case.
Nah, it's cool. Thanks for the heads up because that's been happening lately, and that's been dragging down. Usually, I could tell because the health of the stream goes down to like poor for no reason at all. Well, for a reason because I'm using 2 streams. So that's your support resistance on BCH right now, right? Trend is your friend to the end. You got green vectors underneath. The probability is that you come back down through this vector gap. I mean, through this volume gap. Unless you break, which means you got to get above resistance. So bearish retest of that resistance brings you down to vector reclamation. That's on a 4-hour. And then what was the other one you said, bro? XVG, yeah. Little healthier on the macro. I mean, on the micro, but still dangerous on the macro because you're looking at this bear flag here that you need to get invalidated ASAP. That can't stay like that. Oh God, it's even worse on log. I mean off log. Okay, that's like irresponsibly big. I'm just drawing this out so you know what the measured move is. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but this is what traders are looking at when they look at this chart. It's even worse. Anyways, moral of the story is you need to break this bearish flag ASAP, which means you need to get above these levels. Give me a second. Let me see what this looks like on the weekly. Yeah, this is not a possibility. I'm just letting you know that this is the picture it's painting, and it's going, you know, it's going to keep people, in my opinion, from really jumping in too much. This thing has had crazy rips, bro. Crazy rips. I guess the question is there one left, right? So it's sloppy, right? W was cool, but it got invalidated here. So you're looking at a double bottom and you're waiting for a higher low confirmation on a double bottom, right? The double bottoms we like go like this, and they give you a higher low. If you can get above that 200 EMA on the weekly, you'll be in good condition. Trapped underneath that, look at the wicks above that 200. Right, this is the weekly, so this is like significant price action. Look at how prices reacted above that 200 every time it's gotten up there. Right, that lets you know you've got big sell pressure in that order block. So if you can't get above that, then I'd be looking to retest point of control. If you can, it'll be explosive. This has been pent up that if you can, it'll pop hard. I mean, it's the same shit that's happened here and here, right? Price gets pent up underneath the order block, and then when it finally goes, it goes pent up underneath this order block here, and then it goes. You got that, Anon? No problem, bro. I sold the majority of what I had at 125 and 116, and then I've DCA'd back into positions and added to some of the brought down the average on some of the Bitcoin I was still holding. But I'm not done with playing this dead cat bounce or extension, however it ends up. That's still my play.
What's up, D? How you doing?
Oh.
Feels like this is the place where I would have rage quit in the past. So I don't know. Feels kind of bullish.
I know me, I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna make the market prove it. I'm feeling rebellious.
Yeah, because I'm very. Oh, have you heard about that YouTube is on a quest to get rid of all the people who give setup? I know you don't do that, but
Yeah, I
they
was
give you
talking
a nice.
about that earlier. Have to be really careful about how we say things. And also, I need to put some effort into bringing the entire community into a place. I was saying I'm going to open a Telegram group. Not even one that's going to be active, one the community can go in and just talk if they want. But you don't even have to. It's just to have everybody in one place in case, God forbid, something happens and we've
Aren't
got
we
to
in one
move.
place right now, right here?
Yeah, but not everybody wants to pay to get in the Discord. And I want people that can't pay or don't want to pay to still be able to join a community where if something happens and we have to move, they don't lose us. You know what I mean? Or we don't lose them.
Well, they should take advantage of the BOGO sale for Black Friday.
Oh, you're matching buys? Guys, Nick is matching memberships on Black Friday, apparently. Yeah,
This is an
exactly.
IOU.
Exactly, Gloomy. We've been through it before to a certain degree, and it took us a long time to get everybody back. So whether it's a email mailing list or it's Telegram, we're gonna put something out to be able to keep everybody together. And then I'm gonna start putting effort into the Twitter. So Twitter will be another place, right?
Oh, good to know. Really appreciate everything you do.
I appreciate y'all, man. We'll build this shit up together.
I mean, you could just host like a constant X space and stream the audio to it.
Probably the closest, the soonest change I think is gonna be that we'll start multi-streaming on Twitter. But I want to get the page right.
Let me know,
I'm
bro.
probably
I'll
gonna
follow.
take one of my old. I'm probably just gonna take one of my old. I should just use my oldest account, my Silk Road Assassin account.
Of course, you've been in Bitcoin for so long.
That account is like a 2013, I think. Might be older than that. Yeah, I think it was older than that. 2008, 9. How long has Twitter been out?
Can I can look it up.
Madro with the 5 gifties, W gifts. Appreciate you, bro. Very generous.
It started in March of 2006 and the service was launched in July 2006.
Okay, so it's probably 2008. But yeah, I'll just repurpose that and name it. I don't know if I want to keep it personal, have it just be Dbloc, and then put the link, or if I want to channel specific Twitter. I kind of want to channel specific Twitter because then we can post clips there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you've been on point with a lot of moves.
I want to
Yo, then I can be your clipper, dude, and I'll just clip interesting spots out of the stream.
yo, if anybody is just, because I know some people are just into that shit for the fun. If anybody's into it and wants to do some clipping, I mean, that'd be cool. That'll definitely help. What I want to do is I want to open a reaction page on YouTube because everybody asks me like, I saw this video, I saw that video. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? I want to have a reactions panel on the Discord where people can post things they've been watching that they want my opinion on, they want me to look at or whatever, and then we can have like a whole segment where I just go down that channel and look at the shorts or look at the clips or look at the news articles that people are interested in.
Yeah, that's a good one. And I'm still a noob with all the clipping stuff, but I want to learn, but especially with your channel because you have such a long streams. If you give such good alpha, a lot of things. If you can clip it in a different YouTube or yeah, sub your YouTube account, then also be a lot of help for people. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, we could make like a little room called like the liquidation station where people could go to cry whenever the charts are red, and then they
I
could
thought
just
that's what this room was for.
oh okay.
Yeah, that's maybe because we haven't had the euphoria yet.
I
Could have
don't know
like the
what's
back.
worse, man. I don't know what's worse. You know what sucks that like this whole time doing all this, getting closer to the end, I've been imagining in my head the euphoric phase for the group, and that's what kind of stings to me more than anything because man, did I want to see? I wanted some of you guys to see what it's like. You know what I mean? Like when everything is just gone. But the hope for that lost a long time ago, right? As of about a year ago, we were like, okay, a couple of alts are gonna run, maybe they'll do good, but that euphoric like quantitative easing phase where everything just goes crazy.
I know exactly what you mean. I've started in the end of 2017, and so I saw a little bit of that euphoria, and then of course I kept buying. I got scammed a couple of times. They scared me away into yeah, end of 2018. I saw the drop from 6 to 3,000 to 3,000 back to 6, and I was like, everybody in my ears was like, crypto is scaring me. You have to get out. And I should have listened to my heart, but my head was talking way too much. So I got out with the last 1.5K of the 8.5K I had previously. I was 21 then, so it was a lot of money.
That's fine.
And I got out, and then 2021, I see, oh no, 45K Bitcoin. No, I have to get in. And of course, it happened the same, and I got scammed again. And then,
Oh,
so now so in 2000, yeah, 23, 24, I started buying and like, no, I'm not gonna miss this, bro. And no, and of course, it hasn't happened yet. I was liquidated a couple of times, but now I really, yeah, the last year I have not been liquidated, so I learned a lot and playing it safe. Risk management is key in this game.
that's good, man. It's important. That's the first. You know, people are always like, I just want to get to the point where I'm profitable. The part that comes before the profitable part is the point where you stop getting liquidated. Like that's a point to celebrate where you're like, oh shit, like my risk management has gone to the point that I've stopped going through that constant cycle.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, of liquidations. Then the profitable part comes next for sure.
Yeah, true. You stay rather safe than to be greedy. That
Yeah.
was not the point before.
Yeah. The way you win this game is by being here tomorrow.
Exactly. That's what everybody should tell our beginner.
And tomorrow's not guaranteed.
Also true.
What you want to do, Biddy? You going to invalidate this before I go to bed so I can take it off the screen, or nah? Take it easy, Jackie.
Yeah, what you
Nice.
said.
It's gonna be
To
freaking
be
Thanksgiving this week. This is crazy. Short week. It's time to grind, fam. Get out. I need to start a channel for Thanksgiving party.
yeah, what you said, D. I understand that you're worried for some of the people that are usually watching because this cycle has been tough. And
Yeah, there's a couple people off the top of my head that I haven't seen in the chat for a while.
I think that's one of the hardest parts of being a crypto influencer, especially if you have a lot of commitment to your community, like you.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing the bad hits. Seeing the bad
Mhm.
hits suck. I mean, I got hit on 1010 too, right? But nothing compared to what a lot of other people went through, so I can't complain.
Yeah, feels like the same that I was doing a year ago. That I had to be in. I had to be in. I had to. This was my time. But yeah, every entry, maybe it went a little bit profit, but always went back down below my entry. So
Alts. So alts did a lot. Alts did that at least 3 times during this run.
yeah,
But if you were a trader, I think that's the problem. But it took too long for people to switch from investing to trading. And this cycle,
true.
if you wanted to play with alt, you had to be a trader.
Yeah, don't hold because you lose everything. Now maybe it's kind of yeah. I don't dare to say it, but yeah, feels like yeah. I know. I don't think to say. Don't jinx it.
Right. I'm excited though, man. I'm excited for this new era of monetary policy we're coming in. I'm excited to figure out how to play the next bull market. I'm excited to take advantage of this bear once we finally capitulate and go into it.
Yeah, me too. Would be awesome if yeah, the forex market yeah open high after open high. So it would be really awesome if BTC would finally do what is made for to be a hedge against recession.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Unfortunately, we're not seeing the evidence of that yet. You know, there's the 3 trades. I'll probably do a deep dive on this eventually, but there's something that they call the 3 trades. And these are trades that all billionaires have taken going into large downturns, mostly real estate cycle crashes or whatever. The first trade is cash, right? Profits are taken from the parabolic bull run that leads to the recession, right? This is when you see things like Warren Buffett with 532 billion in cash or whatever it was that he was sitting on, his war chest that he was sitting on. The second trade is gold. That cash that's taken from those profits gets put in gold to protect it. We saw that by central banks buying up gold at unprecedented levels during this run. You saw what gold did, right? So people are already through the first and second of the 3 trades. These trades usually happen 12 months before a recession. Excuse me. Sounds early, right? Like, oh, there's still time left. You know why? This is big money. They don't wait around. The third trade, is the volatility trade, right? If price is going down, then you take a trade that benefits you on the volatility, on the downward volatility, shorts on indexes, shorts on Microsoft. Right now, hedge funds are taking record high credit default swaps on corporate properties, on commercial properties. That's the big bet right now. They say like 90% of buildings are sitting 30% to 50% unoccupied because of telework, right? Everybody's working from home. So there's a big bet being made on corporate properties right now. So we're at the point where we're between now and 12 months, we're going to see the big downturn, right? We're already seeing big money set up the plays.
Yeah.
And small money can take advantage of this too, right? This is taking profit, which we've done in the last. And remember, taking profit isn't just taking profit. There's taking profit, and then there's protecting your purchasing power. Because what screws people up is they say, well, I put 10K into this and I only have 7K. How am I supposed to take profits? I'm underwater. If I realize this profit, then I'm negative 3K. Like, yeah, but you are holding 7K purchasing power. If you hold on to this trade because you're scared of losing the 3K and you don't take it until you're down 5K, then you've lost $2,000 in purchasing power to spend when everything goes to shit.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? So a lot of people make that mistake. I think that even though I told people for weeks and weeks and weeks, look, October 9th, we're de-risking, right? Big liquidity drop coming on M2. I don't want to take the risk. Too close to the end of the cycle. It's time to take some risk off the table. People that were underwater found it difficult to do that because it's human nature. It's like, well, I wanted a pump to be able to take profit on, and we didn't get the pump. So how am I supposed to take profit if I'm underwater? And now you fast forward to now, and we're sitting at 85K, right? And those 7K that you had left in profit are probably looking like 4K.
Yeah. 3K of purchasing power gone.
Yeah, I consider every dollar inside the trade profit. I don't care if I'm underwater. If there's $12,000 in that position, that's $12,000 I need to protect. I don't care if that position started at $50,000.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the mindset of I built that mindset too. Like every trade that I make, in fact, it's gone. And
Yeah,
yeah, if you take it out, you still have something left. And with the
exactly.
mindset that it was gone, that's profit. But with the mindset that I put 10K in a trade, it's only 7. They think I'm 3K on the water. It has to do something.
You know what I can do with that 7? Yeah. No. A lot of it is ego too, and it's hard to admit. It's something you don't have to admit out loud, but a lot of it is, well, if this recovers, then I didn't make a mistake, right? If this recovers, I wasn't wrong. If this recovers, it wasn't a stupid idea. And it's like that only matters to you and your psychology, bro. Honestly, nobody else cares. Even if you say it out loud and somebody says, "Oh, that was dumb that you did that," 3 hours later, nobody remembers. There's no trophies for this shit that we're doing. You know what I mean? Like, you got to keep ego completely out of it. Ego will keep you from pivoting when faced with new information.
Yeah, very true. I also had some trouble with the stop losses, of at least with not going to my take profit. So when it was a little below, I didn't take profit, but I was okay with it being hitting my stop loss in. Uh, yeah, of course, a little negative. That mindset I also had to change. Just take partials and see what it can do.
Bro, I was really bad. My trading when I got really good at TA, my trading went to shit for the first 3 or 4 months. Like it was written. I had to check myself because I mean, so like we'd break out and we'd come back and retest, and then we'd come up and we'd retest, and we would miss my, like, let's say right here we bounced off that 800. Right, my target is at 953. We bounce off the 800. I wouldn't take any profits.
Yeah.
It hasn't hit my target yet. That's all right. It'll bounce at this SR flip, and then it come down and it break the SR flip, and it's like, that's all right. I'll wait for the retest. It's probably just a deviation.
Yeah.
Then it would hit the deviation, and it's like, well, you know what? We've got this uptrend right here, so it's probably just gonna hit the uptrend and literally just give back all of that because I couldn't stand that I was off by $5, $10, or whatever it was. I used to kill myself with that until I realized, like, bro, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
I know
Literally,
exactly what
nobody
you mean.
cares.
And then it had the retracement because you missed it, and that's like, it should go up anytime soon now.
The dumbest thing ever. Just take it. You didn't hit your profit by $100. Who cares?
Don't try to be perfect in this game. And your ego is also one big factor. Because you can't be too sure, right? You never know which side's going to be. It's all a game of probabilities.
That's all it is.
So of course, yeah, that's also why you have to start the trade, and in your mindset you have already lost it. And like you said,
It's one of
you're
my
still at
rules.
7.
Like one of my rules is that it's all gone.
Yeah.
When I make a trade, that money is gone. Meaning, like, not that I'm not going to protect it, not that I'm going to respect that, not respect it, but I assume that that money has already been lost. And by doing
Yeah.
that, it doesn't matter the amount of money in that trade. I still look at it as profit. Because, like what we were just talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
And that's what makes it
Exactly. Yeah.
easier to take 7K even though you're down 3K.
Yeah.
Because you respect that 7.
Yeah. And you expect the trade to go against you because yeah, that makes you also love that 7,000 left.
Yeah. It's all about trade selection. My natural state is take a trade. I wake up in the morning, sit in front of the computer. I will find a million reasons to take a trade. That part's not hard for me. Because of that, I look for reasons to not take a trade.
Yeah, that's a
So
good one.
I sit down and I look and I'm like, okay, why shouldn't I trade this? And then if I can't find a single reason to not take the trade, then I take the trade. If I start acting on reasons to take the trade, bro, I would be in so many trades. Like I can always find something bullish if I feel like it, right? If I feel like risking, that appetite for risk, like that little gambling itch that you get sometimes, right? Like your brain can be very convincing.
I think that's also a very good one, man. Indeed. Yeah, trading can be addictive. And, overtrading is the worst way to lose money.
Yeah.
I cannot remember that one. I should have clicked that.
Trading is like really, really bad for gamblers, bro. Because the thing is that, so gambling comes with shame for the most part, right? Like if you're like addicted to gambling or whatever, right? Um, you're not supposed to. It just has that like icky, like, and you can't stop it. So it's cool. You probably don't tell your family about it. Don't tell your friends about it. You do it on the low or whatever. But with crypto, it's weird because if you come into crypto to gamble, crypto will give you that feeling that you're doing something responsible. Oh, I'm working towards my future. Like this is But if you're still gambling, right, meaning if you're playing it as a gamble, then it's tricky because it could rope you in, right? You tell everybody
Yeah.
about it. Look, I'm finally doing something that works, guys. I'm making some good money doing this and that, da da da. But if you're still a gambler, when that blows up, it blows up worse.
And the same with gamblers. They always tell the wins, but they don't tell the losses.
Yeah.
I think almost everybody knows a guy that really went down with the gambling stuff. And yeah, pride. Yeah, shame comes before the pride.
The worst are the gambling influencers that are trying to get you to like come on there,
Yeah.
use their link to go on stake or something. You know what I mean? Like, or they're giving picks for their parlays for sports betting.
hmm And it's really normalized now. It's really crazy. And I see those gambling influencers the same as oh, I shouldn't say that, but I think you know what I mean. The dealers with the white.
Everybody's doing it now. They're giving out really big checks. Like they're paying very well. So if you're like a mid-tier streamer and you're not making a lot of money and that's sort of what you do for a living, like I could see falling for that, you know? Like, just play a couple hands of blackjack on online every once in a while with my community or but over there at Kick, they're just giving money away to gambling streamers. And the messed up part is that you're gambling alongside with these streamers, right? But these streamers have their losses covered by the casino. So that $100,000 loss wasn't $100,000 loss to them. The casino eats that as a marketing, into the marketing budget. But that 5,000 you lost was real, you know.
Yeah, that's how the casinos pay the influencers.
Yeah.
So like, how do you feel about the concept of like you step out of your house, crossing the street is gambling to some sort of like, how do you determine that, like when they say they do a lie detector test, they always ask you truthful questions or
Mhm.
questions that are not, they're just like, hey, what's your age to get a baseline. So what is the baseline for trading crypto?
What do you mean?
Like is there immediately when you start charting and you start charting or you put money in an exchange and you start making trades even though you know what you're doing, what is the baseline level of gambling that is going
Oh,
on?
you
Is it
mean gambling or not
point
gambling?
1?
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it,
yeah.
yeah, is it 5%? Is it, you know what I'm saying? Like
It's
there's like
kind of like
there.
so I look at it kind of like poker, right? Like there's people that go and they play poker and they gamble, and then there's professional poker players that are using a skill to get an edge, right? They're both gambling, right? They're both in the casino. They're both gambling. I think it's how you do it that makes a difference. There's 1,000% people gambling in crypto, and then there's 1,000% people using great risk management. But what makes a good poker player is good risk management. So that's not a good argument either. But like you said, everything is a gamble. You know, I think the
Yeah,
definition is when you are leaving something up to luck.
Yeah,
or outside forces out of your control.
Yeah, but those can be defended against. What I mean is like you're closing your eyes, red or black. You let the
yeah, like
probabilities play out the way they do, right? There's people that trade like that. Oh, green candle, next one will be green. Hit the button.
But like what if
And
the
then there's
like
people that go in and play blackjack and count cards. I think
yeah,
counting cards might be a better sort of example.
yeah.
Because it does take the risk off and it gives you a massive edge against everybody else on the table.
yeah,
But like, what if you're a union guy and you get talked into a pension program and you you let's say you put money into your bed all your life, and no one can take that money away because it's not gambling. Like there's literally no risk. Now there's no upside either.
Yeah.
But then someone tells you, "Hey, I got a great pension program," and then somehow that pension program gets like laundered like 30 years down the road. Like yeah, you're not in risky territory because of what the pension is holding, because it may be holding some conservative fund, but there's like all of these risk of things that can happen to it. It can go bankrupt. It could be somebody could like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
the only real way to not have risk or to not gamble, I guess, in life is to just hoard and not leave your money up to someone else's decisions, I guess.
Self
That's also
custody.
gambling. Only you don't factor in the probability that even the euro or the dollar can inflate so much that even the money in your mattress could be down to
Correct.
zero.
Even you're right. Even then, it's gambling in a way.
The bigger
Only,
risk, in
only,
my opinion, is sitting in fiat. Yeah.
yeah, me too. That's gambling.
Yeah, but from their mindset, aside from
Mhm.
currency exchange, you could be silver too, right? They just hold a bunch of silver and bury it in their backyard or whatever.
It's
I just feel
education.
like you have to take some risk. And when someone says, "I'm taking a bet that Microsoft is going to do well in AI in the next couple of years," because there's tons of evidence to show that there is, but you could still be wrong.
Yeah. I think
I
that
think you're always
it comes down to education, right? The
risk.
level of education behind the decision you're making. Like to take it to the walking out of the house and getting hit by a car sort of thing. You walk out of the house and go to the stop walk and press the button and wait for the thing to say walk and look both ways before you cross. Can't really call that a gamble, even though yes, anything can happen, right? But if you close your eyes and walk across the street and just hope you don't get hit by a car because you feel like today's your lucky day,
Yep.
then that's different. You know what I mean? So with the guy with the pension, I mean, if he just throws his pension at the first guy that says nice words to him and shows him a couple things on the paper, and he's like, screw it, closes his eyes, walks across the street, says, I feel lucky today, then yeah, that's a gamble. But like if you dig in and you find out and you do your due diligence and you know what I mean, then we can. That's what an edge is it takes the gamble off of everything, right? Your edge just peels the percentages in your favor, and education is the biggest edge.
Yeah, so true.
Yeah, well said. That's why I asked your opinion.
Same with it's extreme example, but racehorses. If you do a lot of research, you can find out what the positives are of some racehorses against some others. But it doesn't matter that it will still have his best day that day. So I think it's all about diversification, research, risk management. I guess those three. Because even with the traffic light, it can turn green, and you look left, you look right, but there's still any possibility that an airplane will crash on your home.
Yeah, yeah. That's why we say that we invest in the most probable, and then we hedge against the possible. You know, we take
Yeah.
educated guesses when it comes against the possible. One of my first jobs when I was old enough to get into the racetrack was so I don't know if you guys ever lived in a neighborhood where they ran a numbers game, right? Which is basically like a local lottery, right? In New York, every borough, every neighborhood has a numbers guy, right?
Offices do it too. White collar people do it.
So the way that it works is because it's got to be something that's uncontrolled, right? That can't be controlled by anybody. So usually it's based off of the first, third, and fifth race of the day in a racetrack that's not in your city, right? So the numbers game in our neighborhood was based off of a racetrack in Florida. So when I used to come to visit my grandparents for the summer, I would go work for the numbers guy at the racetrack, and my job was to just sit in the racetrack, find out who won the first, the third, and the fifth race, right, and send those numbers across. And then if you played the numbers in Brooklyn, when it was time to know who won, you would just check the results of the race and you would see what the numbers were. You'd see if your numbers hit or whatever, basically, right? But my point was, being at the racetrack for that long, you would notice little things. Like there was this red truck that pulled up, right, with a dude in a vest. And he would pull up every once in a while, but he would only pull up at certain stables. And after a while, you realize, well, that's the doctor, right? And if there's something wrong with the dog, these were dogs. If there's something wrong with the dog, the doctor has to give the okay before the race. So you would notice that the doctor would go to the dogs that had problems. So those are like the little small edges that just that little bit of information, right, can keep you from betting on a limp dog or a dog that's just coming off of illness or a dog that might still be on antibiotics. Good times. Those dogs are fast too. Greyhounds?
Yeah, those are the
The
same.
only time I've seen those is the intro to Miami Vice TV show.
It is real big in Miami, yeah. It actually, that was probably at that. It was probably shot at that racetrack. There's only a couple big ones. Miami's got some shit that I never seen before called High Lie. That shit is cool. You want to go gamble? We'll gamble on that shit. That shit is fun. You guys ever heard of that? It's played on a court with a rock hard ball, right? That they fling out of these banana looking mitts at like 100 miles an
Oh
hour.
yeah,
Yo, that shit is insane.
yeah. I heard it's like super dangerous too, right?
Yeah, bro. One of those shits to the noggin.
I just forgot what it was called.
I've seen it break bones. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That shit feels ancient. The game feels ancient, like some Mayan shit. It's very similar. Hole in the wall, you know how they used to play with the. But yeah, it's a fast game. You go there, it's funny. It's a bunch of old guys, bunch of degenerate gambler, old dudes.
And the only protection they really wear are like maybe some knee pads and like a looks like a bicycle helmet.
There's like a small helmet, no face guard, which is crazy, bro. Like, give these guys a face guard. What are we doing? Yeah, if you've never seen the game played, look at it on YouTube. It's pretty cool. But that shit, they didn't have that shit up north. I've only ever seen it down here. Nah, you're right, Easy. Life is full of gambles. But that being said, that's even more reason why we should avoid the obvious ones, right? There's so many hidden ones. If we can foresee them, we should probably do what we can to avoid those at least. Life's still gonna life at the end of the day, though. If we come down into this 50, we've just fractaled into a larger M, right? We know how this works when we're catching falling knives, right? W fractals into a larger W if it gives you a higher low. Same concept, just inverted.
Feels like they want to keep going up, though.
I wouldn't be mad at it, but we need to take out those highs.
The coin glass man on the short and lower time frames also shows a lot of liquidity around 84, 83. course, there's a lot to the upside.
If you guys took this short and your short is above your type 2 entry, then you are really trying to will this price down here at this point.
Yeah, always take your profit. Same with people who short at 126 and I still win a big short.
The way I usually run it personally, and this is just a me thing, is I'll move my stops up on my first fractal, but I won't TP. When I'm catching a falling knife, I'm looking for the second or third fractal at the very least, right? Meaning, let's invert it because this will make sense to people by the way. When we take these longs and price goes and starts making a bigger W, right? That's your second fractal. Right, let's say price pops up. Let's just assume that's gonna continue, right? Price pops up, starts coming down. You're starting your third fractal. Right, that's usually what I shoot for. Somewhere between 2 and 3, either it's played out or it's already starting to show significant weakness if it's fractal 3 times and still hasn't popped. So in this situation here where we're on our first fractal or our first W, if I had taken this short, me personally, I tend to just I'll let it stop loss. The reason is that we haven't had our second fractal yet, right? So let's say I start getting nervous and I'm like, oh man, it's getting close to the stop loss. Let me take it out. Just to have price then come down and give us our second fractal, right? And now I'm out of the trade as we're breaking down. Now, once we've gone into the second or the third fractal, then I start getting a little bit more like, okay, if the profits are there, I'll take it. But at the very beginning, it's more like if I'm right, I'm right. If I'm wrong, I'm out. Like I like to give the trade a little bit of room to cook.
Yeah, you're right. I used to do that a lot. Look for the real invalidation.
Yeah, you've got to give your TA room to breathe, right? You can't choke it out, but you can't get married to it playing out completely, right? You should have conviction that what you saw to make you take the short is bearish, and there should be a lot that changes your mind on that, right? So during the first fractal, like I said, I'm playing the conviction. Like it looks like it's going down. If it's not, you're gonna have to prove it. You're gonna have to stop me out to prove that this isn't bearish. Now, once it starts to play out, right, and now we've got this bigger fractal, and we're starting to come down. Now, I'm not gonna get married to my bottom, right? Once it starts coming down, if something starts changing, now I can look at profit, right? What I thought was gonna happen happened. It was bearish. It was a bearish pivot. That doesn't guarantee me I'm gonna get my my TP. So at that point, even if my stop is still up here, or if it's here at that point, whatever, I won't let it go all the way back up there if it looks really bearish. Right? At that point is when like, okay, I can cut it early. Maybe I'll cut it here. Maybe I'll TP here a little bit. Just to give it some breathing room.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. I think a lot of people have it that way that it take the TP and then just stop loss and then just of course continue the ride. I think your way shows yeah, gives you a little more time to really confirm the invalidation
Yeah, and
instead of just thinking.
if you know that that's how you're gonna trade it, it also makes you have a higher level of certainty before you take the trade. If I know like okay, I can't just change my mind and rescue myself out of this. I'm gonna let's make sure that this setup really is what it looks like before I take the risk. But like type 1 entries, man, those are fallen knives, bro. Fallen knives are, like I said, if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. Price will prove it. Whatever, you do it again. What's good about taking those type 1 entries is that your risk reward is so good.
Hmm.
Some of the falling knife catches that I have, my stop loss is like 0.3% of my entire trade. That's like a free trade.
Hmm.
Now, you don't want to do that 1,000 times because then it's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. But it does give you some wiggle room to be wrong. Type 2 traders have a worse ROI, I mean, a worse risk reward, but they come in with more confidence, with more confirmation. So it's like you just got to pick what you want. All right, let me turn this around because we're inverted and we'll start confusing people. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Hugs. I'll take a look at it, bro. Interesting. Did they let them pick from anything or they have like a short list? What's the name of the site again? I don't think I saved it. As soon as the competition was over, I just took it off. Getting close to that M invalidation here. Okay. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. I'll dig into that a little before I go to bed.
Interesting. The Alpha Arena.
Damn, did they put a dark mode on this shit yet or no?
You're almost ready to go to bed and then you get this screen.
Bro, like seriously. All right, flashbang alert for a second, guys. But like, come on, man. We got to do better than this. Jesus. Well, they're all apparently underwater. Let's take a look.
Oh, they start with 8K probably.
Looks like they started with 10, if I'm not mistaken. The setup is a little bit different. How do I get to... I want to see their positions. Live? Right, that's where we were. They've got a couple different ones running. Yeah, I gotta dig into this later. That shit gonna keep me up all night. Watch.
There's some mode. There seems to be a waiting. join the platform.
Bears are feeling froggy. I mean, the Bulls, it look like they want to go. So far, we've got a good retest of that downtrend and the 50 EMA here. But it doesn't mean anything until we take out those highs. Look at how choppy Bitcoin dominance is. This is on the 1 minute too. Chop, chop, chop. Nasty, bro. When you zoom out, it's choppy. When you zoom in, it's even choppier. I don't know, man. Really healthy downtrend, right, off of the last lower high. Technically, this is a bullish channel, right? We had a small deviation out of it right here and right here, but the touches there, there, locking that top end. Touches there, locking the bottom. Bullish channels do tend to break out. And the measured move would be the width of the channel itself. Place that wherever the channel breaks. Don't shoot the messenger, but that's the attitude it has right now. Now, like I said, this is placed at wherever it breaks. So trend is your friend to the end. We don't expect breakouts, we expect continuations until we get evidence of breakouts. So you could easily see it continue to do this. But for right now, it looks like it wants to try to make a move. Nah, it hasn't invalidated yet. That M pattern hasn't invalidated just yet. This is what I was talking about earlier about not letting your stops play out. Right? This could easily just come back down and just have put in a higher, lower high. Gotta let it cook. Well, we've got very short time to prove it, Revix. Right? If we're gonna make this an extension, we've got a short time to prove it. As this weekly candle closes, if we don't close above the 50, we're gonna lose macro investors. So if institutions have some sort of plan to pump liquidity at the end, they're gonna need to pump it by themselves. And every week that we spend underneath that 50, we lose sentiment. So I would say if by New Year we haven't done it, there's a very, very small chance that it's going to happen at all. Or we break structure, right? Coming down underneath 74 breaks macro structure. But as far as the cycle goes, 4-year cycle wise, that's over by time, right? That's over by date. The only thing in question right now is there an extension? Do we have a dead cat bounce that goes higher than it's supposed to? Right? That's what we had in 2021. 2021 price topped. We had a big drop. This was 56%. We closed underneath. We did, we came underneath the 50. People were worried. This was supposed to be a dead cat bounce relief rally, right? That continued the bear market. Except it went higher than it was supposed to. And basically double topped with a tiny little blow off top. So this sort of extension, right, is the reason that I'm paying attention to liquidity still. But as far as the cycle goes itself, right, that was your trigger to get out. Yeah, I mean, if you were playing just by the indicator, okay, you missed the top by a couple days. Excuse me. Ask anybody right now if they would have been mad at a 114 exit, though. You know? A dead cat bounce is just a relief rally. It's a move up on a asset that's already sort of dead, right? Meaning it's going down because it's over, but it pops back up because it went down so much. Yeah, you use it just to remind people that just because it's going up doesn't mean that it's not dead. It just means it's reactionary, right? Seller exhaustion, mean reversion to EMAs, that type of thing. I hate the term myself, honestly. I tried to make it a dead dog bounce, but it wasn't as sticky. I'm a cat guy, so. Suckers rally, right? It's another thing they call it. Yeah, my cat was over here on the desk. I don't know where he went. He's laying down somewhere. And he managed to not knock any of my shit off the table. Good cat day. Nah, cats aren't evil. Cats sense evil. If cats don't like you, that says something about you. They're picking up
Please tell me.
on a vibe.
Please tell me, Dbloc, you have a litter bot.
A what?
A litter bot, automatic
Oh
kitty litter.
no, my cats
box.
are way too sketchy for that shit.
Aw.
You want to see a cat hit the ceiling like a cartoon? Let something start moving while my cat's taking a shit.
It doesn't move while it's taking away. It waits for a little bit until it gets out, and then it does its rotation. But yeah, they're a little
Man.
freaky at first.
I mean, they might get used to it. There's these little bags that are cool. The bag is like the liner and it's got holes in it. You just pick up the bag and the whole shit comes out. Leaves the litter. One of my least favorite chores. Definitely probably the first chore that would be given to the robot. Clean the litter box.
Yeah, my daughter loves animals. I said, "Oh, great! There's your chore. Congratulations! You get to clean the robots." What's really cool about them, man, is that they have Wi-Fi, and they'll tell you when they're like almost filled up. They'll tell you if there's anything wrong with them. They'll tell you what cat is in there. So what was really helpful about it is that we had a cat that was like kind of sick, and we couldn't tell like if she was actually going to the bathroom or what. And then the doctor was like, "Yeah, she needs to go." And so monitor it. And I'm like, "Well, we're all busy. I can't monitor the cat." And then sure enough, because it had its weight recorded, then we knew, and we told the vet, "Hey, it went, yay, the cat's good to go," But without that, with a busy family, no one's watching the cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if they are trying to stay weight, you also have the collars with the chips in them. Maybe that's another idea.
Yeah, I mean, I just, what originally started, I got my first litter robot when my wife was pregnant with the kids, because pregnant women aren't supposed to touch kitty litter, and then we got like this fourth version of it because they started to evolve, and dude, now they're almost perfect, but they kind of were. You're on the bleeding edge. You have to deal with it jamming and all this other crap. But now they're actually pretty good. I would never recommended them like 8 years ago, but I would now.
I mean, they look cool. It looks way better than a litter box sitting in the corner somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Like a
they're cool,
little
man. I
piece
have
of
one
art. You're
in my
talking about the
office at
dome
home.
ones, right? It's like a dome.
Yep.
Yeah. I had a robot lawnmower for a while, but that didn't end well.
Yeah, dude. It sounded cool, but there's a lot of work with them, man. My next door neighbor has one, and
I had
she's got to
zero
put all these like
complaints, bro. Maybe it's the way that my shit is
perimeter
set up, though.
things.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta set up. You gotta set up these little perimeter things to let them know, and then you give it a home, and it cuts and it goes back home, and then it like lasers your yard like meow. And if the things are high enough, it's like, oh, time to cut again. And it goes out and grabs it. Somebody stole my shit. Yeah, I mean, if you're old, that's like a test to see if you're OG. If you're old Discord OG, then you remember the day I got my robot stolen.
Dude, that now I see why you're kind of scared. Like even they're kicking over the ones that deliver food now, and we're like,
Bro,
pillaging them.
there's a whole anti-robot movement already, and they're not even here yet.
Dude.
The clankers, bro. They're like stupid clankers.
I'm also not that kind of a big of a fan of robots, but yeah, we have a restaurant in the city now that the waiters are replaced by robots, and it's not the same, man. A lot of people go to it, but not for me. I like the smell.
Do you
Same
like the
as going
smell?
to
The smell of the waitress?
the smile.
Oh, I was gonna say, I, I I like the smell too of nice waitresses.
Revix,
Yeah,
no. I cashed out. I'm like 50% cash, but I'm still heavy. But my positions are down to like 3 coins, 4 coins now. Right, cut most of the alts out. Any alts that I'm holding, really, like, not even worth mentioning how much is in there. Some of them are very, very small positions. But I'm trading, right? I'm in full trader mode into this liquidity. But I'm
gotta
definitely
go.
saving some cash on the side for any sweeps.
Sleepy. I see you guys later. Gotta go.
What do
So
you see Zcash getting back to?
No.
And I think I nailed the entry. Damn. 490.
Yeah, anywhere underneath that red range that we were looking at is money. So you caught the bottom of the W then?
Yeah, because I remember you talking about it, so I went ahead and I saw it. I was like, damn, there it is.
Yeah, it looks good. Starting to flag out. Looks like it wants to make another move here. Being patient for the setups, E-Man, I'm telling you, bro. That's, those setups that you have to wait 2 or 3 days and you might not even get them. Like, I didn't know for sure we were going to get this entry. But it's one of those things that if you do get it, right, then it's money.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see where you're thinking it's going to go.
Come on, you've been here long enough. You got the tools to do this.
Yeah, I know. I could have done that easily. Never mind.
No, I mean, I'm not saying don't ask. I'm saying have a little bit more confidence because I know that you know. So we're looking at the VPVR. If it gets above, then you got a big gap to sort of take out too. What you want to avoid, just like we talk about the M's turning into, or the W's turning into bear flags, both flags turn into M's. Right? So there's a sketchy rejection part here. If you get rejected and come back to the bottom of this range, there's going to be a second of this trade where you're putting in an M pattern and it's breaking.
Yeah, actually, I
Right?
want to add to this.
The trick with those is recognizing that there is a flag there and understanding that it can come down to the bottom of that and still pop up. Right? So the way that I avoid that is I don't let the break scare me. I wait for the retest of the break. If it holds and the retest comes through, then I'm good. If we break the bottom of the flag, then I start to think, okay, they're going for the rest of those vectors.
Yeah, and
That's
then
how I play
probably
it.
retest to see if the W invalidates down there.
Well, the W's already played out, so we already got the measured move from that. Right now, we're trying to build structure for a continuation. Biggest point of interest would be that vector, obviously, right? That's like screaming at us. So we'd find 50% of that range and see if price is respecting. Right? Basically right where it held. So that becomes the point now that I was talking about earlier. If price rejects, then you're in a situation where you're looking at a bearish pattern, but the overall dominant pattern is still that bull flag. Right? So me personally, I like to give it a little bit of room to breathe down under there.
Okay, considering what Bitcoin, if it acts right out.
Yeah, exactly. If Bitcoin starts to act funny, you already know what time it is. But if Bitcoin continues and does its thing, if Bitcoin creates this M and breaks, then you can assume that that creates that M and also breaks. Although they have been counter trading a little bit, you're seeing some profit taking from Bitcoin and then speculation on ZEC lately, but I wouldn't really count on it. All right, I gotta get to bed, yo. I really want to see how this plays out, though. Not even for trade purposes. I've got my safety set and all that shit, but I want to leave the chart looking decent. The more indicators is convenient Norwegian, but the more alerts I think is where the real value comes in. Being able to have 5-6 different coins with alerts set on areas of interest, right? Like if you don't have 12 screens that you could have all your charts up at the same time, I think that's worth the value. Yeah, Dom looks like it wants to break out, doesn't it? Let me start winding down here. Give me a second, I'll be right back. me start getting ready to get up out of here. Redo this pattern for overnight. It's the same invalidation. We're just fractaling into a bigger M here. But I want to leave the measured move. That. Your invalidation right there. Measured move should take you down a daily open, which brings us back inside of the weekend range, which would turn this move up into our trap longs. Right? We look for evidence of the trap longs by volume that's higher than the surrounding volume, which we see right here. And if and only if we get accepted back into that weekend range, then this would be our trap longs. And then we'll use that to figure out if any move up going into the week is fake or, you know how that works. Now, until this W invalidates, the measured move is still 90 for me, right? This is our overwhelmingly dominant pattern right now until that breaks. But we can play that M out, come down to that psychological low, close CME tomorrow, and then make the move. So keep that in mind. Nah, not really hopium, just clear invalidations. Less predicting and more reacting these sort of times. High volume nodes here at daily open and psychological low should be enough to at least stop price. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna get some sleep. Still gotta do like an hour of research before I go to bed. Good night, y'all. Trade safe.
Later, D.